Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. At the middle bench here, we are creating goblets, and then on the right side of the Hot Shop, they're creating cups. We're making production style cups on the right side of the hot shop here. You'll see that the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace to collect glass, and then they blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble. And then from there, they'll shape the glass into the desired design. As they work in the hot shop, they'll use the reheating chambers, and that's the chambers in front of the benches. The reheating chambers are designed only to reheat the glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They rest at 2,300 degrees. So now at this point of the process here at the middle bench, we're gonna add a bottom to the top. So we're gonna, when you make a goblet, you make the top first. We're gonna add a couple more parts. And then we'll take this cup and transfer it to open it up. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as they dip into the furnace, they'll rotate that rod, and the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And when they come out, then they'll blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble. So as she blows into the end of the rod, he'll use his tools there to just shape up the walls. This will be the top portion of the goblet. We have to make it in two parts. First we build the cup, and then we'll build the stem and attach the cup to the top of the stem. So a great question that I had was, where does the glass come from? Like, how do we get it into the furnace? And so the furnaces here, we recharge them once a week or every other week, just depending. As you can see up on the big screen there, the furnaces are powered by natural gas and forced stirrer. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And to learn a little bit more about glass and the furnaces, can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now we'll take the cup off of the top, off the rod, and then place it into the garage there, which is that silver oven where items are held at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. We'll make one more cup top and then we'll assemble the goblets. Every third Thursday here at Museum of Glass, we're open free to the public. So today is third Thursday, and we'll be open from 5 to 8 p.m. And the Hilltop Artists, youth artists, will be here demonstrating their skill sets. So be sure to mark your calendar for third Thursdays. We're open 5 to 8 p.m., free to the public. This evening, the Northwest Concert in the Cone, Northwest Sinfonietta will also be here playing. If you look up on the big screen there, you'll see Across the Cosmos. We'll have a free concert this evening as well. So be sure to subscribe to our email list so you can learn about all the events that are happening here during the month. Can we please see the goblet diagram? So as you can see, we've made the bowl and then the avolio, and then later we'll do the stem and decorate it however they decide to this morning. And then they'll place this bowl on top of the stem. It's better to create the goblets in two parts and connect them than it is to do it all at one time. Because they're so thin, they come up against thermal shock very easily, and so we don't want them to crack while we're creating all the little parts and sticking them together. So with this block here as Levi's using this tool, it'll help cool down those outer layers. It's just a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. It's great for shaping the glass and stabilizing it. Yeah. So now we'll transfer this cup off the initial blowpipe so they can open it up. So we'll connect a transfer rod and then tap the pipe and release it. So as he dips into this optic mold here, that'll create that really cool impression. So as he continues to blow, Here on the right side of the hot shop, they are creating pitchers and cups, production style. And then in the middle of the hot shop, they're making goblets. And my name is Emily, so if you all have any questions, feel free to say my name and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Later, at a different point in time, he'll take the top off so you can actually use the. I think those are water pitchers. So when she adds the little bits to the bottom of the cup, you can see how she gathers the glass from the furnace. The furnace holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. It stiffens up, the glass stiffens up in this environment to allow us to be able to create different objects. So now he'll use his jacks to slowly open up the cup. They removed it from that initial blowpipe. Now it'll be functional. So now that he's done making the cup, he'll place it in the garage. The garage is an oven where items are placed to be held and then reworked into the process. So as she blows it, so as she blows into the end of the rod, he'll shape the outer walls of the cup. Can we see the goblet diagram? Oh, no, not at the moment. We're gonna make the top of the goblet and then we'll add the stem next. When he finishes his pictures, he'll put them into that oven there, that annealing oven, where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So now we'll connect a transfer rod to the bottom of the cup, and then he'll tap the pipe to release the cup from the initial starter rod. This will allow us to be able to access the bubble and open up the cup to make it functional. Can we see the goblet diagram? The goblet, we're making a goblet, so we'll start with the top, which is the bowl. and then he added an avolio, and then we'll work on the stem next. And it's not always as the illustration shows, but similar. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. So we'll take the top portion of the goblet and place it into the garage. The garage is a place where we hold items. They'll rest at a steady temperature until we're ready to incorporate them into the process. We're gonna have to make the stem next, and then we place the cups on top of the stem. And then here on the right side of the hot shop, Levi and his team are creating pictures and just pictures. So he'll dip into the optic mold, which will chill a design, a pattern into the surface. So now that he's designed the stem, he'll add a couple more parts. We'll have to add the foot. So they typically will blow a little bubble onto the bottom of the stem and then flare it open. That'll function as the foot. They'll transfer it and then place the cup on the top. So as you can see, they dip into the furnace to gather up a bit of glass. When they come out of the furnace with the glass, it looks orange, but that's just because it's hot. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces here in the hot shop, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. So as he manipulates the glass at the end of the rod there, he'll start to carve that little bubble away from the end of the rod, and then he'll place it onto the end of the stem. This is what they call a blown foot. Thank you. So he'll tap away that extra material, and then he'll slowly open up that little bubble. He'll flare it out. As they work in these reheating chambers in front of the benches, they're powered by natural gas and forced air also, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. They're only designed, 2,300 degrees. They're only designed to reheat the glass, and that's the chambers in front of the benches. So now we've transferred that stem from the initial pipe we started on to a transfer rod, so we're able to place the cup on the top of the stem. So she brought over a little bit of glass to function as glue, and now you'll see that they'll place on the top portion. Sometimes it doesn't work out, so let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. So in the case that it doesn't work, maybe it got a little too cold, or maybe, yeah, I think it just got a little too cold when you try to place it on. So they're gonna start all over. So as he dips into that mold there, it puts ridges into the surface of the glass, kind of like a Ruffles chip. She'll blow into the end of the rod, and as she blows into the end of the rod, it'll expand the glass, and then he'll put some little orbs, just like the last stem he created. We'll do the same thing. He blew the glass into an optic mold, which then gave that design, and then he'll continue to expand it inside of the mold here. He's creating pictures for different like bars and restaurants, and then when he's done, he'll tap it off and place it into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. The process, it starts by gathering glass from the furnace, and then they'll work in and out of the reheating chambers to keep that glass nice and hot. It's orange only because it's hot, but when it cools down, you'll be able to see the true, like, I think it's a black color. And then here we've added another foot to the bottom of a stem. We're gonna open up that little bubble at the end of the rod there. He taps the pipe to release the extra glass, and then he'll start to slowly open up that little bubble. So now that they'll connect that transfer rod, they'll tap the stem off of this initial pipe we started on, give it a little flash, and then we'll bring over the cup, the head of the goblet, the cup portion of the goblet, so the top. Now we'll add a little bit of glass to function as glue. We'll give it one last flash, and that is how a goblet is assembled here in the hot shop. And then we'll slowly put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. And that is how a goblet is created. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into that chamber there where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And then in just a moment, we'll do it all again. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as you can see, he's dipped into the furnace and gathered up some glass. That furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, while resting at 2,100 degrees. As he blows into the end of the rod there, as she blows into the end of the rod, you'll be able to see how the glass quickly goes from this glowing orange to the crystal clear that it really is as it rests in the chamber. And then as he uses this reheating chamber, it's only designed to reheat the glass. Can we see the glory hole diagram? It's also powered by natural gas and forced steer. And it rests at 2,300 degrees during the process. Thank you. So now we're going to paddle the bottom portion of this cup. We have to shape the bottom before we're able to open up the top. We're going to make a few more cup tops and then we'll create stems and stack them up. So now she'll connect a transfer rod to the bottom of the cup so we can take it off of this initial blowpipe and open up the top of the cup. If you're ever curious about what's happening under the cone here in the hot shop, we're always live streaming Wednesday through Sunday, so you're always welcome to get onto the live stream and watch what's being created. Every day is a different day of making things here in the hot shop. And now she'll connect a transfer rod to the bottom portion of the cup. That'll allow them to knock the cup off the initial pipe and have access to the bubble to open it up to make it functional. We're making a goblet here at the middle bench, and on the right side of the hot shop, they're doing some production style production style glass blowing. They're making pitchers. So now we'll take the cup portion of the goblet and place it into the garage where it'll rest until they're ready to add it, reincorporate it into the process. That garage rests at between 800 and 1,000 degrees, so a colder part and a hot part. But it's a great temperature for the glass just to be held steady. He places the cups um, into the annealing oven. This is where they'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Welcome into the hot shop. On the right side of the hot shop, they're doing some production style cup making. And then here in the middle of the hot shop, they're making a goblet. And so the next step will be to add the cup portion on top of the stem. He'll dip into the optic mold to create a pattern, and then he'll just continue to blow this cup out in the regular mold here, the graphite one. They're adding color on that far right bench by laying a color bar over a clear little bubble. That's how it starts. He places the cups into this annealing oven here where they'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And then we'll do it all again on the right side of the hot shop here. We'll tap the goblet off the end of the rod, and then we'll place it into the annealing oven. The glass has to go into the annealing ovens. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. The glass has to go into the annealing ovens to cool down because the core is nice and hot and the outer layers are cold, so when they meet, we don't want them to crack. And so that oven rests at a certain temperature to prevent thermal shock. So as the process starts again, he'll gather a little glass out of the furnace. That furnace holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. It comes out and it looks orange, but as it cools down, it's clear. And then there at the end of the bench, he'll start to work. I think he'll start to slowly pull to the right to shape the stem of the goblet. This tool he's using is great for shaping and carving into the glass, and so as he carves and squeezes his grip, he'll be able to create a tension point within the glass and shape it. Now we'll tap it off and then place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work.
My name is David Walters. I am originally from Pennsylvania. I moved out to Seattle in 1993, and I've been here ever since. And this is my, I don't know how many trips to the museum, and I'm thankful to be here. I have several projects I'm working on. The first, I did several teapots yesterday. I'm trying to integrate sculpted facial features into the teapots, just to liven up the surfaces. So this is a sort of new departure for me a little bit. So I wanted to take advantage of the time here to try some of those. Today we were making these little spaceships. Made 2 of those this morning, and we're going to make the idea is that the spaceship will sit on top and like the moray will beaming something up inside. So this afternoon we'll be making the bases for that. I mean, I guess I've tried to keep my aesthetic. It's not simple, I would call it, but it's easily sort of recognizable. The white format just allows us a neutral surface. Most of these objects are form-driven, so the form is more a part of telling the story, and then of course I do a lot of enameling on top of it, which further, enhances the telling of a narrative. Typically I use sort of fictional characters in my narratives as a truth-telling device, you know what I mean? So there's usually some underlying idea about whether it's my own personal life, like experiences that have happened to me, or my concerns about the world at large. I use those sort of because they just aren't people. They're familiar to people. They're open to them, and then I kind of put a little bit of my own sort of spin on the symbolism and the metaphors that are sort of imbued in those subjects. So I'm going to probably use the sort of alien invasion thing as a metaphor or narrative for some other impending sort of threat of some kind. So the idea is that it's sort of comedic in some ways, draws you in, and then there's it's not really that lighthearted. There's a little more to it than that. So I try to ride that line between something that's edgy and is going to make you think about something, and something that's fun and easy to look at. I don't do a whole lot of collaborative stuff. I've done a handful of things. KCJ and I have collaborated on a few things. But by and large, most of my work is solo. So, and I'm not opposed to the idea of doing more of it. I enjoy it, especially with artists that I really admire. So, Ross approached me because we did a demo for Refract last year, which is coming right up about next week, we just had this idea of I would use one of my characters and he would integrate some of the things because he makes masks really well. And I thought it'd be fun for Humpty to be holding a mask. So I made this sort of slightly larger size Humpty, and he's holding this really beautifully made mask that Ross had made. And so that object sits at home, and like I said, tomorrow I'm going to make the brick wall that it's going to sit on, and then he's going to make an object opposite it. So they're going to have sort of it's going to be one of the king's men, basically, sort of having some sort of discussion with Humpty on the wall. I have a little bit more of a specific plan for I feel like for the days than I did in the past. I mean, I had some things that I wanted to do, and I sort of in the past had sort of played it by ear a little bit. This time I had a little bit more of a checklist of things that I was hoping to have done, and so far we're ahead of schedule in some ways. So yeah, I think just having understanding, having done it before, and understanding how fast it goes and the pace of the day and stuff like that is a huge advantage to know how to plan for things in a reasonable way that's, expectation-wise. I just took a class with Martin Yanetsky and Preston Singletary this summer at Pilchuck, which is the first hot glass class I've taken as a student since the 90s. So it's an awesome experience. And yeah, I mean, anytime you try something new that's unfamiliar, there's a very humbling sort of learning curve. And I don't mind being in that space. I'm always trying to move forward and learn and trying to further expand, my ability to articulate what I want to do. And I feel like the more tools I have in my toolbox, the better. So it was difficult for me. It's different. It's a little different, the style of that work. So I'm still sorting it out. I mean, standing behind Martin, Preston, guys who've been doing it for so long and so well, it's like, it's inspiring. And so I took away a lot from it. I'm still sort of digesting a lot of the things that I experienced in that class. So yeah, if I'm not challenged by the work that I do, if it becomes too routine and too automatic and easy, it loses a little bit of its flair and excitement for me. I want it to be hard, not hard, but I want to be challenged. I want to be pushed to the edge of my abilities. And so whether it's painting or blowing glass, like I'm always thinking about how to push it a little further.
My name is Osa Sandlin, and I'm from Stockholm, Sweden. I am working on an exhibition that me and my husband are collaborating on. We've been asked to create a show around our creative life. And Preston and I met through glass, and we worked a lot on a lot of collaboration, but also kind of like my designs. And Preston was then at that time my gaffer. We haven't not worked on them since 2003. So these pieces are called Dimensions. It's a celebration of the medium glass. The medium glass has an ability to kind of create a lot of dimension in it, and depending on if it's sitting in front of daylight or you light it in a specific way, more and more things happen in it. This piece will be cut on the bottom, polished, cut on the top, polished, and polished on two sides. And I think that for me, and I've been thinking about this a lot this week, I like the simplicity that the medium can achieve in its design. So if you notice, like I don't work with cane, I don't apply a lot of things. It's nearly like I'm looking for the perfect shape, and then I attack it afterwards. This shape means a lot to me. It was a shape that I designed when I arrived here in '95. It's an kind of in honor of the city that I'm from, Stockholm. Stockholm is built on 14 islands, and this piece, even if the white piece is kind of symbolizing its perfect shape, it's blown in many different colors. And the color theme that I worked on was inspired by the palette of the buildings in Stockholm. They are it's a perfect vase for a single stem flower. And Preston and I, with the pieces that we're blowing today, we're going to add a different aspect to it. We're going to sandblast on the top and also play with the lighting effect that this one have. Depending on how you're lighting it, you kind of get a shadow effect with this piece. I believe that I had a great opportunity. I traveled, I went to school international, I speak different languages. A lot of people always say like, oh, English is your second language. I think I don't speak any language better than English. I speak Swedish without an accent. I went to school in France. But the creative aspect of to finding the creative path as a woman, it's not that easy. And especially not like, there was someone, a gallerist in Paris, that shared with me that, hey, you go out maybe with a BFA, MFA, etc., you have one show, and I'm going to use Seattle right now, you have one show at Henry, you maybe have one second show in Seattle, or hopefully New York. Very rarely will you have a third. And he also brought something to me, this man, like seeing the person that I was. I really liked solving problems. He said that it was something that was in communication design, like, we can find you a rich sponsor, we can find you or you have to learn how to struggle. None of them sounded very, attractive to me. And he kind of started to talk about graphic design, advertising, and I started to be curious about that. I can still do my creative and be in charge of my own financial needs. And I think that I didn't really realize that that was what I was doing until a few years into my career. But a career can also take up a lot of time. And I think that moving here, starting working for Nordstrom, a brand that I thought, oh, I'll be here for 3 years, and realized I've been there for 30 years, retired this spring. I fell in love with it, still in love with it. So the pieces that we're blowing here at Museum of Glass has 3 different color themes. One, like the dimension, there is a holiday theme to it. It's a winter theme that is rooted around the color green. So, and I'm so happy that we actually blew one of the Kiley, like the dark green colors, because every color kind of should live around that color. Then the Stockholm vase that I just talked about is in spring colors. People can also think about it like Easter. And then the vases that we're working on now, the flower pots, are more summer. So I believe that Preston works so much in fall that I'm staying away from fall. Yeah. Being here with Ben, Sarah, and Gabe, Alex, Trent, working with such an amazing team, and I would say like they are the best team, and I feel extremely fortunate, and I'm learning so much from them and seeing their passion that they're putting into it. I am grateful. I am so excited about the work that they have produced, and the quality of the work has been, it's really, really rewarding.
My name is John Kiley. I'm from Seattle, Washington. Born and raised, 4th generation. So I have two pieces here today. This one right here was actually made at the Museum of Glass in 2008, June of 2008. One of the themes that is common in my work is this membrane between two different sections. Sometimes there'll be a passageway through the membrane to the other side, and sometimes it'll just be solid. The idea behind this work is exploring this idea of connection and separation. I use glass to describe the connection and the separation because of the transparency of the material. You can see through from one side to another. You'll rarely see opaque colors used in my work, and that's because it's important for me for there to be transparency in the form. The form is not just about the exterior, but it's about what's going on in the inside too. Part of what I intend to do with the residency is push the scale, try to make these a bit larger, which is only possible with a facility like the Museum of Glass and with a big skilled team, and also increase the number of sections. Right now, I've made them up to 3 sections, and I hope to experiment with making them up to 4 or 5 sections, and then cutting away perhaps the sides and creating whole new forms. Again, still rooted in the sphere and still rooted in the connectedness and separation, but totally different. It's really important as an artist to have an environment to be able to come and work in where you can experiment and you can push new things without financial consequences. As a glass artist in particular, for me to make my work outside of a facility like the Museum of Glass, it runs up to $2,000 a day. So there's pressure to produce in a situation like that. With a residency like the Museum of Glass offers, you can come in, you can just focus on your ideas, you can focus on making your art, and there are no other places where that's possible. And looking forward to a great week.
My name is Terica Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here, 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school. school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Holding. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork. And then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part. And then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. A little bit of heavy check? Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glass making in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept more. I'm gonna need some ramage. Rammy.
You can call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Let me make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern, and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that cane or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one I think type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or rapper, so like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece.
I'm half
half Puerto Rican and half Persian. So I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
To explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it was like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together, so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah,
And we're gonna do the long pull up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gathers. If you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great. That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like that diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulls. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just gonna do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smallish thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Hot Shop. Today in the hot shop on the right side, they are creating cups production style using molds, and then in the middle of the hot shop, we're gonna make some goblets. So we're gonna make some cups without using molds. So he's dipped into the furnace, and the furnace there, it has the door on it. It holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. When he blows into the end of the rod there, it'll create a bubble. I think we're gonna make some tops, a few more cup tops, goblet tops. The glass is orange currently, only because it's hot. When it cools down, it'll be a really pretty deep purple color. My name is Emily, and if you all have questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened.
So he'll shape this, the cup top here using his jacks. As she blows into the end of the pipe, it'll help expand the bubble. He places the cups inside of this annealing oven here when he's finished. This oven will allow them to cool down overnight. It'll prevent thermal shock. So as they work, they'll work in and out of these reheating chambers in front of the bench. The glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. They rest at about 2,300 degrees while they're working. Thank you. So when we create a goblet here in the hot shop, we'll make the cup portion first, and then we'll start to create the stem and put this cup on top of the stem. There's all types of ways you can create a goblet, and so can we see the goblet diagram? We don't have to follow this diagram, but they have their own designs, every goblet. But this is just an idea. So you have the top, you'll have the avolio, the optic ball, a disc, a stem, and a foot. Once we create the top, they'll place it into the garage where it'll rest. Then they'll work on the stem and then connect the two pieces together. Thank you. So what is the actual material? Like, what is the glass made from? It's a great question. Whenever the glass inside of the furnace starts to get a bit low, we have a hot shop tech who will recharge the furnaces here, meaning he'll refill them. And so to learn a little bit more about the glass, can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So one of the visitors is interested in being able to see a cane or a frit roll-up video. So at any point in time, if you could, please pop up a cane roll-up video or a frit roll-up video to learn a little bit more about how colors added to the glass. All right, so now as he's blown out that stem and shaped it, the next part will be to blow a foot onto the bottom. And then after we blow a foot onto the bottom, we'll open it up and then switch the axis to be able to put a top, the tops that we created onto the top of the goblet. Now put a little bit of glass on the bottom there, which will function as a bit of glue for As you see, he's gathered some glass out of the furnace. He'll blow into the end of the rod to create a small bubble. He's going to place that bubble onto the bottom, and then they're going to open it up, and it'll become the foot of the goblet. We're making a goblet here in the middle bench, and then on the right side of the hot shop, they're making production style cups. When he blows into that mold and then he pops it off, it doesn't look like a cup yet because it's a bubble more, it's a part of the bubble, the top. They're gonna hot pop the top of the cup off at a different point in time. It's just a fast way to produce a bunch of cups. There's always a few events every month here at Museum of Glass, and tonight is Third Thursday. Every third Thursday, we're open free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. The Hilltop Artists, youth artists come and demonstrate their skill sets here on the hot shop floor. They begin creating in glass as young as 12 years old, and we are free to the public every third Thursday. This third Thursday will be concert in the Cone. The Northwest Symphonetta will come and play here in the hot shop as well. So be sure to mark your calendars for third Thursdays. We are free from 5 to 8 p.m. If you look up on the big screen there, you can learn more about the concert in the Cone this evening. So we transferred the stem from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod, meaning that we turned it right side up, so now we can place the cut portion on top of the goblet so it'll stand properly. And that is how a goblet is created. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. They tapped it off the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And in just a moment, they'll do it all again. So on the right side of the hot shop here, they're creating mold-blown cups. It appears orange, but that's just because it's hot. They're laying color over a clear bubble, and then when he gathers over it again, he's able to blow into the mold and expand the bubble. It has a little top on it only because it's a part of the bubble. Later on, it'll be hot popped off. At the middle bench here, they're creating goblets. This is the top portion of the goblet. We'll make a couple cups, and then we'll create stems and place the cup portion on top of the stem. As they work here in the hot shop, they'll use the reheating chambers. Those chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees. So now he'll take the top portion of the goblet off of the pipe and then place it into the garage where it'll rest at a steady temperature to be reworked into the process. Now he'll start to design the stem of the goblet. They gathered the glass here in the hot shop from the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces in the hot shop, there's two. They're the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They rest at about 2,100 100 degrees, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. After dipping into the furnace, they come out, they stabilize the material. They're currently blowing into the rod, and with his diamond shears, he'll create some low and high points, which will look like a stack of bubbles. Thank you. So now he's created a little bubble. They're going to place that little bubble onto the bottom of the stem, remove some of the extra material, and then flare it open to create a foot at the end of the stem. And now we'll prepare to transfer this stem from the initial blowpipe we've started on to a transfer rod. This will allow us to clean up the top and then add the cup on top of the stem. We'll tap it off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give them a big round of applause. It'll go into that annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock, and in just a moment they'll do it all again. So he's gathered some glass from the furnace, and then he'll blow into this rod to create a little bubble. He'll stretch that bubble into what will be the stem portion of the goblet they're going to create, similar to the one we just put away. So now they added that little bubble there, which will function as the foot portion of the stem. He'll remove some of that extra glass from the end of the bubble, and then when he opens it up, it'll function as a disc. Now that he has removed some of the extra material, he'll go in at that tiny access point, and as he angles his hand, it'll help flare open that bubble. So now they've transferred that stem from the initial blowpipe we started onto a transfer rod so we can access the top of the stem and place the cup, the pre-made cup, onto the top of the goblet stem. All right, now we'll tap the wine off of the end of the rod. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Woo-hoo! And then it'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. No, it's just, you can tell it's just one of those things you get branded.
Yeah.
That pen works like butter.
So good.
That one's good too. Here on the right side of the hot shop, they are creating cups, production style mold blown cups. And then in the middle bench, they're creating stems for goblets. They're going to create goblets in just a moment. So now we'll add the bottom, the stem portion, the foot portion onto the bottom of the stem. He'll blow a tiny bubble and then place it onto the bottom of the stem. On the right side of the hot shop here, they are creating mold blown cups. They have that little top portion on them. Later, it'll be hot popped off. And then they'll place them into this annealing oven where they'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. This evening is Third Thursday. We're open free to the public from 5 to 8 p.m. on Third Thursdays. So you'll see the Northwest Sinfonietta getting ready. They're going to have a concert in the Cone, and then the Hilltop artists will show up around 5 o'clock to demonstrate their skill sets from 5 to 8 p.m. this evening. conceal cameras. So now that we placed the cup on top of the stem, we're going to put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into that oven where it'll cool down overnight. So as they gather from the furnace, he will then blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble, which will be transformed into So as she blows into the end of the rod, he'll shape the sides of the cup. We're going to make the top portion of a cup, a goblet, and then I will assemble it. We'll assemble the bottom next.